Аляска, Скотланд, Ингланд, Юнайтед Кингдом, Нидерландс, Франц, Австрия, Джомай, исходящих в русские, гетто, Холокост, геноцид страны, индийско-китайские страны и остальные страны, где живут черножопые подонки и суки с их несовершеннолетними пиздосранками и гондонами, суками и кобелями. Русские гетто, Холокост, геноцид стран — это Россия, СССР, СНГ, Болгария и захваченная ими Прибалтика, где русские подонки, суки и черножопые суки и подонки с их несовершеннолетними пиздосранками и гондонами, суками и кобелями устроили геноцид мне и моей маме, уничтожили мою маму. Точно так же уничтожают меня аппаратурой, майнд-контроль это другой аппаратурой, применяя все формы насилия, террора, рабства, принуждения, насильно удерживая на территории фашистской страны России и принуждая находиться среди подонков и сук и их несовершеннолетних пиздосранок и гондонов, сука, кобелей, не давая осуществить мою миграцию, въезд в Австрию, Германию, Нидерланды, Францию, Шотландию, Англию, Америку, Канаду, Аляску, куда я собираюсь, насильно удерживая на территории фашистской страны России, пытая этой аппаратурой и майнд-контроль этой аппаратурой и принуждая находиться среди подонков и сук и их несовершеннолетних пиздосранок и гондонов, сука, кобелей. Hello, hello, people from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. Hello, hello, Joy. Hello, hello, Joy. And Laura, and Angela, and Jan, Kirsten, Björk. And Mike, and Delira, Lily, Kizzy, Neistat. And the Schmass, and Alexis, Philip, Hillary, Thomas, and Jeremy, and Henry. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Joy. Today is the 3rd of June 2025 of this year. Today is a Friday. Joy. What is Joy?
I don't know, just a walk. I like walking down. Makes me feel like I'm going downhill. You know? Going down, man. Many years ago, men wore white shirts. Yeah, until like they realize they get dirty.
This is the real date and time in this moment, Joy.
The uniform.
Joy.
To maintain the white shirt, we must wear black.
Peoples from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany. This is the real date and time in this moment.
One thing I did do this morning
Like this.
was put up all the Mother Day posts, and then reached out to my sisters, and then a few friends, especially one who this is her first Mother's Day.
Straight now, 19 hours, 27 minutes after midday PM.
Happy first
Today
Mother's
is
Day to you.
13th of
My
June
friend Sarah.
2025 of this year.
Recently, it's been about what?
This Friday.
It's her first Mother's Day. And she adopted this most
This is the real date and time in this moment.
and I am so happy.
The real.
My heart is full for her. Yes, happy Mother's Day, Sarah. Should we try this? But we're just gonna get coffee. It's a long stream. We're gonna get coffee. I want coffee. I'm gonna sit out here and get some coffee. Is there a spot there? Oh, we can sit right. There's only one chair. Our chair. sit in the sun? Okay, we're gonna try Substeria. And we're gonna get a coffee. They're cute little things, right? There is no sun, but I don't want to sit by the garbage. Oh no, we'll sit over here. We'll move it. We'll move it towards the end. Because then we can... Oh, hell. These bitches are heavy. Apparently they have wine. But I wanted to try it.
Right now I will be to cooking breakfast, lunch.
How's the weather here? It's going to be about 78, so they say. I sent her a text. I'm sure she's sleeping in or whatever because little Cindy will be keeping her busy. She's a fireball. Hi, Tricia. It is a beautiful day. Honestly, it's the most gorgeous day for Mother's Day. I will tell you that. And I know we're out early, but we gotta be. It's nice. It's super nice out. Go get some coffee so we can sit here and check this place out. I kind of love the seating. It's so cute. Right? Nice, sturdy. I love it. Little cafe. I don't like the coverage, but that's okay. It's clean. There's no rats running around, so I'm okay. Hey, EBS. How are you?
Let's just
такое нашу. And spice American cheese spice. Belgian soup with cookie. Many thousand salty wall. American pie cheese with tomato. Right now I'm looking for a time. Is what a time in this moment. Joy. People from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, and Germany. Is what a time.
I'm kind of bummed that we spent the last
moment.
11 years avoiding Jacob's pickles. Yo, what's up with that? Yes, that's why I have a quack emoji. Just so you know.
The real time in this moment. 20 years, 20 hours, 20 hours, 20 hours, and 44 minutes after midday jam. And people from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, and Germany. There's
no way Joe could drink this.
The real date and time in this moment.
Where did I work when I lived in Minneapolis? I worked for newspapers. I worked for press publications. Where is that? Which is a newspaper group up in the northeast suburbs. And then I worked for the Star Tribune,
And
which
people
is, you know, and you're
from
from
the
Minneapolis,
America,
St. Paul,
Canada,
is the
Alaska,
main paper
Scotland,
of the
England,
area.
United Kingdom,
The Star Tribune.
Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany. Закшне.
So, that's where I worked. I have lawmakers?
Блин.
Слушай, блин, понял, он нашел. Блядь. 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 Hello, and people from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Aston, Germany, and Turkish cooking this American pie with cheese and tomato and French soup with potato and mushroom. And the fish cooking this. I not like cooking, but I must cook this in this day. Though, because I don't know what to consist fast food, and what the preparat is maybe to have what in this food. Is maybe psychical preparat, hormones and почта. I don't like cooking, так что... Straight now to come time for smoking. Straight now to come time for smoking joint. People from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany, Austria, to come time for smoking. I have authentic British humor. Зачне. How is not the real father Sergei. Зачне British humor. He was to have got a white hair and blue eyes too. As well, he was to be a little child. Hawaii. Зачне. The authentic British humor. Hawaii. Зачне. Зачем, 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 зачем сделал зад, зачем? This smoking this. In this moment. This smoking this. To come time for breakfast, lunch, dinner in this moment, right? Actually, Желтый fish, this moment is Желтый fish.
I don't drink a lot. I drink a lot of water. Metabolize. Oh my God, he keeps saying the wrong word, folks. Oh no, there's all full at the end. There's no seats. No seats for Joey. Oh wait, maybe there's one up here. Come in hot. Joey, you gonna get it? You better hurry. Joey, you better hurry. You're gonna kill me in the hot. Joe, there's one right here. There's one right here, baby. A whole bench. A whole bench for you, babe. Come on. Jojo, right here. Get over here. Come on. I can't sit over there, buddy. You'll die. Joey, I can't sit there. I can't sit there. George, it's too great. God, where am I going? Go down. Oh my God. Oh, for God's sake. Yes, you do. Let me put my leg up. Look at him. Guys, look at him. God damn. Look at this dude. He drinks toasted. A lot of water, too, a lot of water. Did you? Nancy is from Dallas, Texas. Girl, is it hot there? Hot here, baby. Jody, touche. Look at him. So why are you such a mess? I'm doing a Patrick on the Central. You are doing a Patrick. He's Patrick in it.
Patrick in the Central office. No neighbors for me.
Oh my God.
Just Patrick.
I can't with you, really. Oh, that's like 21. I saw 20 people watching. Okay, well, there's lots of people watching. Okay, that was number 21, I think. So they have the farmer's market or the green market. That's what we call them here. We call them green markets. So that's here.
So I don't cook anymore.
Chihuahua. Don't sunburn Coffee Joe. That's what happens when we throw it to black in the sun. Joe just can't handle any kind of liquor.
This is
Little baby. He's a little shih tzu.
to come time for dinner and breakfast lunch.
You should only do 2 drinks. You gotta
This.
waste it in Hawaii.
A complete
You should attest to this.
dinner
Don't.
and lunch breakfast complete.
He had one drink and he was out. Out. I have pictures.
Cream soup French with potato and mushrooms. American pie. Belgian
He
soup
has absolutely no tolerance. I
in
have a
book
little bit more, but he
was
literally
to
can't
cooking.
do it.
And jam.
He doesn't remember. He said-
Cola. American drinks cola.
He remembers the first one. The
American
second one, put him
drink.
out. Put him down.
To this people from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany. To finish the cooking this in this moment, to finish, is all to finish this moment. Actually,
This is a typical Sunday on the Upper West Side when people head to the markets and just get out, for real. This is not like an area where there's a lot of tourists. These people that are coming that you see are everybody basically who lives in the neighborhood. They're locals. This is who lives in the neighborhood. It's a blend. It's truly a blend. Massive people watching. I don't even know if we're ever even going to get to the market. Oh, it's a beautiful neighborhood. The Upper West Side, I honestly feel, is like one of the best neighborhoods here in New York. One of the best neighborhoods in the borough of Manhattan. I would say the next one, what would you say, Chelsea? The West Village? Yeah, I love that area. And then I'd say the East Village. I'd say West Village and then the East Village. Upper East Side, not so much. That place doesn't have a life. It feels very, like, I don't know, like not real. Nancy Wilson, I will absolutely attest to that. Your doctor suggests taking walks on a daily basis for blood sugar and waistline. I absolutely believe that. The walk actually resets your mind. And until I like it, but I agree. I know, Joe doesn't like it, but he has to agree. But I will tell you, ever since we moved to New York, I've never walked more in my life. Like, going for a walk doesn't seem as daunting. When I lived in Minnesota, granted, you could walk anywhere you want, anywhere you live. But when I lived in Minnesota, it felt daunting to go for a walk. Here, it seems normal because I go for a walk every day just to go get coffee. Because we ran out of coffee, or I ran out of toilet paper. I gotta go get it. And the only way I'm gonna go get it is if I get my shoes on and walk out the door. You had too many strokes back in 2023. Well, Nancy, take care, stay healthy. Well, that one hit a mom. I think he started. The mom can't even be with them. No, because the mom is helping. I hope his dad by himself. That's okay. I'm hardcore in this. And Nancy, if you don't know anything, but our son had a stroke.
I'll be in
last year. And thankfully, we are so grateful that he is so much better. Oh, he's a cute doggy. Oh, Desi Des, thank you for the $5 super chat. You'll be in NYC on Wednesday. Woohoo! Yeah, catching the stroke early, Nancy, is very key to recovery. And we did. He had a major stroke and stuff. But he is pretty much recovered from it, but he still has a lot of repercussions from it, too. But anyway. All right, I can tell Joe is pretty much done. Look at him. Look at this man. He'd be toast.
Night-night, guys.
Night-night. Guys, I am going to have to,
Put me down on the bench.
we're going to have to sit here for a little bit for him. Hi, Jacqueline.
I'm going to Patagonia and get myself a blanket.
You're not going to Patagonia for anything.
Blanket time.
No. Nope, you get nothing. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Put your sorries in a sack.
What if I bought you a blanket?
I don't want a blanket. I have plenty of blankets. You guys, have a good Mother's Day. Enjoy it. Okay? It's beautiful here in New York City. Hopefully you guys are having a gorgeous day. Oh my God, do you hear him? Oh, for God's sakes, Lord save me. And thank you guys all for your generosity, for the memberships, for the super chats. You all are amazing. Wishing everybody a happy Mother's Day. I can't with him. Oh my God, I can't. It's so...
Won't engage. Lay down mode, won't engage. Override, override, override.
I can't. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Authorized. Jojo.
I can't.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. It's the Joe and Ange show. How you doing? Ange will be down momentarily. I'll just wait for people to come in. We just went live. Click, click, click. Chris Dotson is here. Hello, Christopher. Good morning and happy Mother's Day to you and your family. Hopefully, we got video games.
Whole
Amazon
Foods is
doesn't have an
also,
Amazon warehouse.
yeah, but Whole Foods is part of Amazon now.
Yeah.
That's where you go use your coupon for online. It's a thing. It's a thing. Hi, Junior. Are you guys
I don't
having
see those
coffee?
carts in-
We are
I
having
don't
coffee.
see those carts in Whole Foods.
Yeah, you do.
Those bicycle
Not
carts?
those. I'm sure we would probably if we walked up to Whole Foods. I don't know.
Whole Foods is an adventure.
Have some
Adventure
hot
and
coffee. I know
patience.
you like hot
Whole
coffee.
Foods is an adventure and patience.
Whole Foods is
An adventure
something
and
else.
paycheck.
I don't think it's that bad though.
Yeah, they don't have any Coca-Cola products at Whole Foods. They don't
Because it's
sell.
not natural.
They don't sell soft drinks. They sell kombucha.
They do sell soft drinks.
Not anything I'm familiar with. I've been drinking soda for about 35 years.
35, that's it?
Maybe 40.
Since you were
45 years. And
what?
I drink all the sodas.
Wait, 45 years, so you were drinking coffee since you were 11?
So
Oh, okay.
since I was 10, yes. And all the beverages I've been drinking since I was 10, they don't sell any of them. So no, I'm not participating in that. I go there only after I'm told to go.
Yeah.
I won't go there.
But the last time we went there, you liked it.
Liking it at Whole Foods is a whole different scale.
But you were like so upset.
So we
Why do
slice
you
up
have to pick at your eyebrow?
the slice up the bottom of the scale because we have to give it because it's so crappy at Whole Foods. You got to give
It's
it some
not. So the thing
variation.
is that you just keep
So,
putting. The thing is, you just
better
keep.
answer
Thank
goes
you.
good. No,
Thank
it's
you. This was a gift from Kimberly Grace, and today
Whole
I wanted to
Foods
put
is
my
not
hair up, so I had to do a ponytail through it, and then take the bottom of my hair, not all of my hair in a ponytail, and then do the ponytail outside.
Whole Foods is
We're gonna see how it works. It should secure the hat for any winds. Gabriel, we are in New York City.
We're at Syria, brand new.
We're in Manhattan.
Coffee pub and coffee and wine bar. Brand new. Just opened up.
How was it? It took a while.
Yeah, they're tiny sucks. I got sidled because of my cappuccino. The person behind me got her food before me.
How'd you get silent for cappuccinos? It's a
She
coffee
had
bar.
mocha. Her mochas came up first.
You mean mocha? What's a mocha? Matcha.
Her matchas came up.
Mocha. I'm like, mochi?
So her matchas
Okay, the
came up
guy-
first, and she's behind
The
me.
dad's pushing the stroller, but the mom is walking. So I think that kind of counts.
Is the mom supposed
What
to
do you
levitate?
think?
Is that what's supposed to happen?
So the guy is pushing the
So what's the mom
stroller.
supposed to do? Levitate?
Well-
Or is the mom supposed to be in the stroller?
My
What's
thing
your
is,
rule?
I mean, my personal thing is I'm saying whoever the guy has the kids.
So where's the mom supposed to go?
Mom's supposed to be sleeping.
Strip club?
No, mom is sleeping. Mom is taking a day. Mom is like, yeah, mom is going to the casino.
So you envision no mothers on Mother's Day walking around.
The mom's got a break. You can always tell. Or you can tell with the dad.
You're like that. That's crazy.
Okay.
Crazy.
Or you can tell that there's a dad and he's got to make.
Yeah, that's kind of bonkers. It's a beautiful day to be out. I wish I went out earlier. But tomorrow I'm having my bathroom redone. They're painting it. I think I might be getting a new medicine cabinet. They reglazed my bathtub yesterday. So I might find myself wanting to leave the apartment all day tomorrow. Holy shit, good news. Fantastic news. A chain, that location has been kind of doomed. There's been a few different bars there over the past few years, and it has such a phenomenal rooftop patio. That used to be Scallywags. And now it's the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Great news in Midtown. And speaking of affordable places, I was there last Tuesday at their Davisville location. And I told this story before, but when my bill came, I thought they made a mistake because it was like 40% less than I thought it would be. My beer was half price, the wings were half price. There's the Union Social Eatery. Speaking of art, there's some nifty art. But while you look at the art, I'm looking at that patio. I'm going to have to make a point of coming to the St. Louis. That's a great ad for this neighborhood. Nice big patio, solid wings, affordable food. It's not that expensive on regular days either. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights is here. Greetings at Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. As we go west on the north side of St. Clair, Neville 6000 is here. And we're already well north of 200 viewers. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Tuning in. Just a reminder, I go live 3-4 times a week. And usually Sunday nights over on the Johnny Stumbles channel. Do subscribe, hit the bell, yada yada yada. If you want to be notified.
This moment. Температура и воздействие. Подонки и
I saw Alex from Phuket Walk had a bit of a scare. It's good to know he's going to be okay.
Пиздосранки и
You're watching Alex?
гандоны, суки, кобеле. Что-то невкусное кушал. Живот
For the best.
трясся.
Lisa took a long detour thanks to subway issues across St. Clair yesterday. I tried to get on the subway at Sherburne Street and was told there are shuttle buses. I thought, what's going on? So I went outside. There were no shuttle buses, but there were thousands of people just standing there. I whipped out the camera and made another video. I don't know if I'm going to upload it or not, but the opportunity was there.
Таня, аппаратура и воздействует так. Подонки и суки. И их несовершеннолетние пиздосранки и гандоны. Суки и кобели.
There's a 512 St. Clair streetcar.
Это живот болит, сейчас треснет. Что пиздец.
Yeah, yesterday was a total shit show. Right at rush hour, there was a fire around Bloor-Young Station. And they shut down line 2 between Broadview and St. George.
Was not Twitter, Johnny. In this day, the first it's a moment.
It threw my plans for a loop.
In this day, the first eating moment
At some
in
point, they
this
obviously
day,
got it
Джонни.
back up and running, but it was
Закшеня.
quite the annoyance.
Закшеня.
But on the plus side, it was kind of a really nice day. So for
Да
those that have the
аппаратура
time
его
and are
здесь тут, Джонни.
able to walk,
Подонки,
I'm sure
суки.
some nice strolls were
Их
had at least.
несовершеннолетние пиздосранки. И гондон, суки, фигуре. Что-то болит, живот сейчас треснет. Вот ты, Джонни.
That's a look into Deer Park.
I'm so hungry, Johnny. I'm so hungry. And this very want to eat. Johnny, in this moment is really. Закшеня.
Oh, it has gotten windy.
Закшеня.
Have you ever heard of Glenn Gould, the famous pianist? He lived most of his life in this building here. There's documentaries online about that. There's a statue of him on Front Street in front of the CBC building. There's the condo man. Someone asking if I'm passing by Glenn Gould's apartment, right as we pass by Glenn Gould's apartment. There's an LCBO and a Longo's across the street. Greetings, Carol Ali. So on Friday, Taste of Little Italy kicks off, but don't expect it to be Due West Fest 2.0. It's always kind of subdued. Doesn't seem to be as lively or have as much going on, but it's still a good time if you want to check out a street festival and get your churros and other non-Italian street food while you're there. I might be going Friday. I think there's a Rib Fest at Woodbine Park on Saturday. Or I think that's all weekend as well, actually. Those Rib Fests are a dime a dozen. It's always the same vendors selling the same thing. There'll be one at Dundas Square later on in the year, like a condensed version. Greetings, 404 not found. There's the Korean consulate. Place I had to interview at in person before they would issue me a visa. All right, let's cross. But I think I'm gonna stay on St. Clair. We've gone down Avenue Road a number of times. I think about 2 or 3 times this year already. So let's stick to St. Clair for a bit. Because why the heck not, eh? We're up in Midtown, north of downtown. Jenny Kritzkamp is here. Greetings, Jenny Kritzkamp. And Jeffrey Wu. Good afternoon. As we wait for the light. No, I didn't press the button. There are people who always press these buttons. Yes, let's ride all over the sidewalks. So that's the oddly named Avenue Road. I think that was one of Action Kid's favorite street names. Bob the Bomb says tomorrow's forecast looks nice. Horn honking action over there. Drew, we are just west of St. Clair Avenue. Rules for thee, but not for me, that guy thinks. So just north of St. Clair is the very nice Forest Hill neighborhood. The neighborhood just to the south of it is quite nice as well. Jenny K says hi to all that she missed. There's not much in the way of retail along St. Clair. Between just west of Yonge Street and Bathurst, it's mostly kind of like this. Traffic can be kind of hokey. Does anyone ever ask me for cycling lessons? No? I don't think I'd be particularly qualified to give them. Person in Porsche just cutting in front of that Tesla, getting an earful of horn. There sure has been a lot of honking going on.
This is not the fit.
Is in our figure? Hi. Hey, a viewer just noticed me.
It's very, very small giant. Without water effect.
My instinct is always to like look up at an apartment balcony or something.
Very, very small giant.
Greetings, Mike.
It's very, very small. Without water effect. Giant. Water effect. Without stop water and boiling giant. What is the giant?
Greetings, Douglas Blackwell. Welcome to the stream. Air quality is bad today? I wouldn't have noticed. It seems fine to me.
This is water giant. And this is water.
What's today's air quality in Toronto?
Without
See
water
what-
and boiling.
Today, June 11th, 2025.
The air quality in Toronto is generally in the moderate risk category, according to various sources.
Oh, moderate.
Here's a breakdown.
It's not great. Sir, Winston Churchill Park is coming up on the left.
The only water on body is not the fact.
It says he waved to me on Gerard East or Gerard West. I should have worn my cap and sunglasses today. There's a Warren Road. All right, where are we going? Are we going southbound Spadina? Maybe not Bathurst. I've been down Bathurst lately as well. Spadina past Casaloma or all the way to Christie? That would be the next major street going south we could take. I think the plan is to head down to Bloor somewhere. Oh, that's neat, Richard. This is Russell Hill Road. If I were on my bike live streaming, I would definitely be going south here. Let's see if we can find some shade. Don't Eat the Squid says loves to see for rent signs. I'm glad you love to see them. By the way, speaking of movies, not that anyone brought up movies, but I watched a pretty funny one last night. Starring Paul Rudd and the guy whose name I forget from So I Think You Should Leave. It's called Friendship. If you feel like watching something just idiotic and stupid, but kind of funny and worthwhile at the same time, I recommend that movie. Drew says Spadina. Stephanie says Christie. Lisa says Christie. Christie is underrated and cute.
Подонки, суки. Их несовершеннолетние пиздосранки гондоны. Суки, блядь. Что-то невкусное, какое-то животное.
Spadina gets us what? Houses and Casaloma?
So hungry, John.
Christie gets us some more of St. Clair.
So.
It picks up and gets more interesting once you get west of Bathurst. That'll take you down
so hungry,
into Seton Village. You ever look into the background of Toronto street names? Sometimes.
Wait, that's usually up there for free.
People from the UK often comment on the street names here when they visit, as a lot of them have a very familiar sound. A lot of activity going on in Winston Churchill. Frisbee, soccer, tennis, playground action. CN Tower way off in the distance. Thank you, Richard. Let me see something here. What?
Это like this, Жень. Так сюда.
Let's try that.
Это Жень. Так что это like this music, Жень. Это Жень. By Milhouse, Жень. By Milhouse. Это Жень.
Using these trees as some shade.
Вот like Milhouse style. Закшина.
Mary W. It is.
Закшина, Жень.
Nice to speak with you.
Жень.
And your other half
like
on
this.
the Sunday night summer stream. Thanks for calling in.
Это сильно Жень, this. This moment. Это Жень. Закшина.
I really like that
Жень.
apartment building. 404 not found. $10 for a cold beverage.
This. And peoples.
Coming
From
right up
America,
after the
Canada,
stream. Thank you,
Alaska,
404 not found.
Scotland,
Cheers
England.
to you.
United Kingdom называлась Французская Джема. Закшина. Это Жень. Шубля. Шубля. Жень. I don't know. Джоя. Что там? I don't know Джоя. Then Джоя. I don't know Джоя. What to translate in Джоя. Шубля. I don't know this Джоя. Шубля. What to translate шубля.
Which will take us
Вот это Джоя.
to the Witchwood Barns, a former streetcar house.
Кто Джоя?
Again for the sport, 404 not found.
Джоя.
And called once earlier.
I don't know Джоя. What to consist this. This психопрепарат спойся. Гормон сорнул. I don't know this, Женя. I don't know this. What is Женя? I don't know this. Закшина.
Check out Underpass Park.
Закшина.
It's cool.
What is
We'll
Женя?
have to go back there for sure. That is over in the Canary District. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for the support and the suggestion. $5 to go check out Underpass
Ты
Park.
что this? This moment, Женя. Это Женя. Закшина.
Dre Forever is here.
Закшина this.
Audio. Here, let's see if we can change the microphone. Okay, let's see if that fixes the audio. Sorry about that, guys. I'm monitoring it right now. See if that fixes it.
Шубля. Джоя. Температура идет, Джоя, что? Живот как будто сейчас треснет. Подонки, суки. И их несовершеннолетние пиздосранки и гондоны. Суки и кобели. Вот это Джоя. Вот это. Закшина, Джоя, вот это. Закшина. Бля. Бля. Это же... Это синяя стоит здесь. This moment. Actually, I'm so hungry in this moment. Это они аппаратурой так воздействуют, подонки и суки. И их несовершеннолетние пиздосранки и гондоны, суки и кобели. Что как будто я не могу сожрать всю эту пиццу. На самом деле я могу ее сожрать. Запросто все сожрать. И ничего у меня не заболит. Я хоть что могу сожрать. И сколько. Ничего не заболит. Вот это Женя. Закшена зад Женя. Закшена. Бля. Я хоть сколько могу сожрать на самом деле и выпить. И ничего не будет болеть. Without under influence of mind control technologies. Я могу хоть сколько сожрать. Запросто, вот, Женя.
Stupidly windy.
Alright, we're good.
Это же. Закшена. To come time for smoking. Бля. This moment, Жень. Закшля. Это Жень. I don't know, Jane, what to translate шу, бля. Don't know this. Шу, бля. Шу, бля, Женя. Шу, бля. Вот это, Жень. Бля. I don't know what to translate in шубля. Шубля, Жень. Шубля. Шубля. It's not, it's not as good as the taste. Так что, ну ты уже шубля. Шубля. Так что. Бля. Бля. Шубля. It's like this. This is not a fake. It's actual life. Температура его воздействует. Подонки, суки. И их несовершеннолетние пиздосранки. И гондоны, суки и кобели. Это же. Это like this. Without under influence mind control. It's very like this. Закше. And like drinks with alcohol. Закше. Is most like Jenny liqueur. Liqueur. Is most like a liqueur. Jenny liqueur. Jenny. And champagne. Very like. Да, тут времен же. Тут времен же. Вел тут рынки. In America же. Канада, Аляска, Скотланд, Ингланд, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. Вел тут времен. Тут рынки же. Бренди, ром, виски, Анже, Эль, Анже, бир, бир, дже, бля, дже, ром, виски, дже, шампейн, дром, дже, рому, дже, ловил тут ремен, дже, this, дже, this, закшал, that, закше, дже, закше. Дазо дринкин Дженни. Закше. Закше. I don't like drinking without alcohol. Закше. I don't like drinking without alcohol. Закше. Закше that. Это же. Peoples from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany, and to like tea coffee with liqueur or cognac. Закше. Brandy, or other drinkings. Закше. То dreaming to have what? Дже. Закше. I don't know what to translate this, Jay. Закше. Jay. Закше. Блять. 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 real giant British humor. The real, the sound that J, the J, and the real British humor. How J, and Angela and Jean Laura, Kristen Dior. The real British humor. The J. The feel smoking this in this moment. The finish is on. This. The first smoking this in this month. The percentage. The only water and body. This is not a fat. And this is not a fat.
Eastern time, and you
It's
can
only
see
water.
the well straight ahead.
That.
Oh, that's not the well.
And it's very
talking about?
small
We're
and
too far
little
west for that.
section. This
There's
is not
some
a fat.
condos.
This is only water.
Those ones are along the
It's
rail
only
corridor, if I'm
water.
not mistaken, way off in the
This
distance.
is only water.
Greg says I'm lucky. They're playing at 7:30. At Christie Pits.
This water.
Let's see if we can get a better vantage point walking down on this side.
This Alaska.
You got your passport in 2 weeks, but
No
you applied
thing.
for the fast renewal.
And this food.
I just did the
I
old regular one. I think it
hate
was
this.
$160.
Water and hormones. Drinking and eating and water. I hate this. The
And you're walking through Hillcrest.
is very, very small and little. This is only water. And preparas. Stop water
Well, thanks for
and
the info,
body
Greg.
and face.
I wonder if there's broadcast rights to a baseball game at a public park.
This.
And how has that female Japanese pitcher been doing? I think it's the highest level of baseball. female has ever played at, which is super duper cool, and she did really well in her debut.
Это
Great
же...
story around the baseball world. What they really need to do is legalize Christy Pitts for alcohol consumption. That will increase the volume of fans. Maybe they have. There's something else you can look up for me, Greg. Can you drink at Christy Pitts? Legally, that is. And watch a baseball game. That would just about be the best entertainment you can get in. And we're at Davenport. There you can see the just the top half of the CN Tower. And we've arrived at Davenport. This is an old passageway across the city back then. Dirt and mud road. There's this hole keeper's booth over at Bathurst.
Это же... Закша. Это же... Закша.
That's cool. We're gonna get to check out
Зазрел ми. Это же... With white hairs and blue eyes. Закша that. Закша. Это же... And my nose without Jenny broken. Это же... Закшал that Jenny. Это же...
whose job? Mike says Christy Pitts is one of the parks that the city allows alcohol consumption in.
Это же...
Awesome. Rod is down by the lake. It's a walk under the CP Rail Midtown line. Thanks to all 440 plus of you.
Это же...
Do remember to like, subscribe, hit the bell, etc. Your support goes a long way. I'll probably be live next on Friday or Saturday. But who knows, maybe tomorrow. My apartment's turned upside down and it smells like toxic fumes, so they're redoing my whole bathroom. I'll get out and bring the streaming gear with me. That water's kind of soapy. It smells and it's got this white foam going on. You're allowed to consume alcohol until 10 p.m. What if the game goes like extra innings? Top 905 says great weather for a walk indeed.
British human.
City Seniors Living Center across the street. That's one of the ones run by the city.
My nationality British human light blue. Look to the British human light blue.
Richard, I don't know if you're allowed to openly consume weed in public or if that's just limited to private areas. I've definitely seen people doing it. And I've seen people hearing about it.
And my noses, Женя. Angela Joe to
Obviously, there's
hell.
nothing stopping you from popping a few edibles.
Dinosaur
It's very different from smoking something.
from the Great Britain, Женя. My noses, Женя. Without broken. To hell in Canada, Alaska. And you say,
What
my noses. Without broken and inform how dinosaur. Жень. Жень. My noses. And my nature blue eyes. How I was to have got. When I was to be a little child. Жень. After a genocide for me. Today, before the genocide for me, I was to have got my noses, Жень. Жень. And my blue eyes lights without laser. Light blue eyes, Жень. Light blue and my noses, Жень. Without broken, Жень. And my white nature golden hairs have the nature authentic British human James Cook was to have what? Many thousand years old ago. Жень. It's me, Женя. It's actually it's me. Это Женя. It's me, Женя. It's actually me. Diana, Женя. Вот Жень. Diana.
That is what's become of it.
It's actually Женя.
Starbucks
Это
is now
Женя.
only in that Loblaws. Fortunately, this glorious old building has an occupant, A&W. It's the old Merchants Bank of Canada building.
Это Женя.
That says Golden Horseshoe Barbecue, authentic Texas barbecue report, coming soon.
Это Женя.
Follow us on Instagram.
This is my nature, colors of my hairs and faces, and my blue eyes is nature,
Some new life into that.
big and blue, and Jane, my noses
Eyes, I think.
have dinosaurs, Jane, without
When I
broken.
lived just south of here,
Да.
I would go to the Starbucks sometimes.
Это Жень.
This is another neighborhood I lived in.
And my hair is white golden.
You might remember from prior
The
stages,
actual
it was
that
the same
Жень.
neighborhood.
That's
I rented
and the real nature authentic British humor. How Жень.
and when we
White
decided we all wanted to
and
be
blue.
grown-ups and live on our own,
Вот это
I moved
Жень,
here,
white
but I knew I
and
was gonna
blue.
move to Korea anyways, so I was only
That's that Жень.
full-time
That's
once in a year.
Это Жень. That's
That was Dave. that
That's
fixed my bicycle,
Жень.
and I think that might have been Dave.
how Angela Joe to have. That's вот это Жень.
There is or there was like a digital escape room in one of these buildings on the left. is Yarmouth Road on the right. The street I lived on was Kendrick. Hey, it's the old Spin Cycle Laundry. That's really cool. There's a little cafe in there. I have memories of lugging my laundry to that place. And we're about to go by what's probably the best grocery store in the city, Fiesta Farms. It's locally owned, family run. It's been a staple of this neighborhood for a long time. It's coming up just on the right. Lisa says there's some really neat art in the alleys. Sadly, I'm getting here a little too fast. If the first pitch is at 7:30, but we'll get to see the crowd settling in. These games used to be on public access TV, Rogers Channel 10. Simon, this is Christie Street. Christie Street's always been kind of hit or miss. Unfortunately, there's been pretty high turnover in a lot of these storefronts, but there's a few places that have hung around. And if you want lively and vibrant, just a few blocks
Sectional Z was been
we're on Blue Street.
Section my nature noses and my eyes Section
Here's
Z
Fiesta Farms on the right.
Section
They've got their garden center in full swing. I won't say their name, but there's a viewer who works at this place. That's a fantastic grocery store. Domesticated Millard says Chrissy Pitts is a great time, if only to watch parked cars get dinged by foul balls. As someone who has dinged many a car with foul balls and seen that, as I played a lot of baseball growing up, it's always fun. Why would you park so close to the hazard? And that's the logic that applies. There is no negligence on the part of the baseball player or the league or the team. Sue all you want, but your insurance company is going to say pay up your deductible if you want that repaired. And you have no recourse. You chose to park next or near a baseball field. And this place has changed a number of times. Mangia con Amor. There always seems to be something interesting right in that location. Mike Fami, Luis Florentino is the starting pitcher tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Thank you, Mike, so much for confirming. Thank you for the $2 and the info. I was kind of hoping it would be someone else. Oh, that convenience store is gone on the corner. Back when we would come here to see my brother play, we would park around the corner and often go to that convenience store to pick stuff up. Where's that music coming from? Oh, I think this might be... some pre-game tunes, or maybe it's... hopefully it's just coming out of this pickup truck. Well, that puts a damper on my live streaming plans. But this is the only free admittance stadium in the Inter-County League. I'm gonna have to mute the audio, but we'll head over there. Game time, 7:30 apparently. There's the broadcast booth. All right. I'm a fan of snow, but I don't want to get copyrighted by him. Sorry guys, I have to keep it muted while we're here, so we won't be here too long, but how cool is this? Toronto Maple Leafs versus Barrie tonight at Christie Pitts.
Bless.
Alright, we're gonna get moving. As soon as I get far enough away that the music's not gonna pick up, I'll unmute it. Oh, they stopped it. Sweet. No alcohol beyond this point. Left Field Brewery sponsoring. Awesome. Good for them. Looks like Left Field has a little lounge you can go enter. Tickets available. Go sit under the awning. Well, how cool is that? Baseball tonight. Christie Pitts. The Maple Leafs playing Barrie. Would have been a little better if we got here 15 minutes later. We wouldn't have been bombarded with that copyright music. Is there no alcohol beyond this point? No warning track. Oh, here come the umps. Replace those power tripping jerks with robots already. Bring in the robo-umps. Nothing spoils a game like a blown call.
And now here's the lineup for your Toronto Maple Leafs, and by Rob Butler.
Rob Butler, he's Canadian. He was a Toronto Blue Jay. So that's what Rob Butler is up to. Now I remember when my brother played in the Intercounty League, Rob Butler was a player as well. The Butler brothers. There you go. Do you want to see semi-pro baseball on a budget? There's your ticket right there. I'm probably going to try to go to a few games later this year. Liam says, go Maple Leafs go. I'm sure you can find their schedule online. Thank you, Mike, for looking up some info for the game. As we make our way down to Bloor. Those people plopped on that bench just as I was about to set up and get something.
And my nature knows and dances and hairs.
That's Christie Station across the street. One sec, guys. I'm just gonna.
This is my nature, gnosis. Nature and
Alright, I'm gonna have a selection brand
and
watermelon. I no longer get my sparkling water off of Amazon. I pick it up at the
my
grocery store like a
white golden hair and blue eyes. Женя, it's me. It's me, Женя.
Maybe we'll just
The real.
walk over
Женя, the real, it's me. The real.
Thanks, we see some baseball fans.
Женя.
Making their way over to the game. There's probably going to be a much bigger crowd than what we saw
It's me.
in the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, crikey, Babe Ruth hit his first ever professional home run at Hanlon's Point. There was a stadium there. The first stadium in Toronto was on Queen Street East in Riverside. The Baseball Place condo complex now stands there, but Babe Ruth made his first big splash in professional baseball on the Toronto Islands. Also, the padded baseball glove was invented I think by a dude in Ontario back then. So they were doing it cricket style before that. And now we're in Koreatown. Richard says I look young for my age.
You take it right here.
It's really cute. I kind of want
Well, I won't share that, but something's happened that definitely makes me feel old. Greg says the old photos of that stadium are amazing. Burned down twice. John says the ball is still in the lake. It probably washed up at some point. What a beautiful night. The Korean barbecue, the K karaoke. Gus the Barber, that's been a mainstay of this neighborhood for a long ass time. It's great to see so many people out on like a Wednesday evening. What is this guy doing? How Not to Drive by Dude in the Land Rover. Just go and block everything. Make him wait. Do you think that's still decomposed? I don't think it's in salt water. Well, there's where Clinton's used to be. Now it's like a cyberpunk theme bar, Zui beer bar. I guess he says he didn't wave either. Yeah, at least have the decency to acknowledge that people stopped and waited for you.
Закшенет СМИ. Закше. Боже. Закше.
It's always a challenge to put your garbage in those bins without actually touching the bins. But we are in Koreatown. Yeah, we went by Fiesta Farms. There's another supermarket I used to frequent, PAT. If you're a fan of like those, sorry about that, those Korean ice cream pops, you can get them there, and a host of other Asian foodstuffs, you could call them, imported. This place is solid if you're up for some barbecue. Galgane. Walnut cakes. I don't know, a lot of people say the best place for Korean food is Willowdale, but I would heartily disagree. This neighborhood blows that neighborhood away. The scale of it is so much better. Rather than like a 6-lane wide Yonge Street superhighway, you have Bloor Street with its bike lanes, sidewalks. It's a super walkable neighborhood. Arguably a higher concentration of restaurants. as well. Like a lot of Toronto's sort of ethnic themed neighborhoods, Little Italy, Greektown. Well, Greektown's a bit of an exception, but like Chinatown and so on, the local Korean population here is not that strong, but the neighborhood lives on. There's definitely a greater amount of Koreans living in Willowdale than this neighborhood, but I would say this is the better one to go to.
Yo!
Hey, how's it going?
Big fan, bro.
You want to be on the stream?
For a quick second, I'll say what's up. How you doing, bro? This guy's the best dude on YouTube.
Awesome, nice to meet you. Cheers. Yeah, we're live. All right, take care. Awesome. Cheers. Friendly viewers. They watch all the time. I think she said young and egg. Someone across the street wishing for rain. Already says straight area stands. Hey, there's Yup Yup. So we are just gonna keep going over to Bloor, I think, for Bathurst. Stephanie says she loves Koreatown. It is great. And look at it move more people on bikes than cars. Just imagine if every one of these bikes you saw was a single occupant vehicle. For all the people saying, I don't see people riding their bikes, actually learn how to count. And you'll realize there's many of them. They're just much smaller and silent and more efficient. There's Arisu. That's a really good spot for Korean barbecue as well. Why, thank you, Gertej. This is Bathurst. We're approaching.
Это же закшен смех. Закшен.
Should we go to Spadina?
Закшен. Это же. My nose же. Же, my nose.
Well, there's where Honest Ed's used to be.
Это же, закшен.
The newly reimagined Turkish village. These are rental buildings. Sadly, they're not subject to rent control. Thanks to our bozo of a premier. To me, that's a non-starter. Any building built after 2018, I would not move there as a tenant. If the rental market heats up again, they can just raise your rent to whatever the heck they want. And there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas the increase is capped if it's older than 2018. I'm sure they're really nice units. Bill Chow says Spadina is good. All right, let's just keep going. To Spadina. This place is excellent, Mr. Tonkatsu. Get yourself a Japanese pork cutlet. I've never been to Kinka Izakaya. There used to be a Korean restaurant in there. Long ass time ago, I think. The hot dog cinema is closed for the night. Lisa says they're boring cookie cutter units. This intersection used to have 3 very bustling cafes. There was a Second Cup over there that had a big patio. I waved. Since he waved me through, I decided to run through. There's Value Buds. That used to be a aroma that was always popular, and holy shit, that place is fantastic. They have a location in Baldwin Village. That's Taisho. And all you can eat Japanese barbecue. I'm a big fan of Gayubi, but I really, really like this place too. Gayubi has a location just east of here on Bloor, and they have another one on Dundas down in Little Tokyo, but now Taisho, moving up to Bloor. That's amazing. That is such a solid addition to this neighborhood. Sadly, neither Gayubi or Taisho accept Amex, so you won't get your 5 times Cobalt points. Boo. But not sadly, they serve up excellent barbecue. Alternative art. There's Crafty Coyote. Look at that big patio that is opened up there. What is that place? That's a Victory Cafe. It's a very solid spot. Beer list. Mezcal Hero? I don't know what that is, but they've got a beautiful looking patio. Right, goes to the one on Dundas, the Gayubi. Gayubi is cash or debit only. They don't want to pay those credit card fees. I just saw the camera and gave a thumbs up. There's Future Bistro, another big solid patio. So we started at Yonge and St. Clair and went west over to Christie, down Christie, past Christie Pits to Bloor. Now it's east through Koreatown into the Annex. I think we'll wrap up right at Spadina. Bill Chow says I know more about Japanese and Korean foods than him. Well, I lived in Korea, so that part kind of helps. Japanese food is very prevalent there. There's Blanco Cantina. They've got a nice patio too. And a lot of these patios weren't full. Probably on a Friday evening they would be, but it's a Wednesday. A little bit of artwork hiding in that alley.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, what's his favorite thing about you?
That I'm your sister. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
I know they're friendly and trying to be friendly, but I do not engage with those charitable collectors. Just kind of put my head forward and keep going. We are at Walmer.
Продолжай. Зачми.
So I think what the city is proposing in the province seems
Зачми.
open to it.
Зачми.
Is getting rid of the street
White
parking, but retaining the bike
and
lanes.
blue.
There might
Продолжай.
be some reconfiguring of things.
Зачми. Продолжай. Зачми.
But our car-brained premier wants to rip these bike lanes out, even though they've been immensely successful.
Зарел.
Increased. Safety is increased.
Продолжай.
Environmental effects are lessened. Also, people can park their 2,000-pound metal box on a major corridor on a public street. Well, the answer isn't ripping out the bike lanes. The answer is ripping out the street parking if something has to go. That's what the city should have done the first time. And there are countless parking lots in places you can park not directly in front of these stores. And you can designate delivery times or delivery trucks at certain times of day. You can't just park in front off-peak hours. That's the way other cities do it, and it looks like that is probably the direction we're heading. But we have made it to St. Clair. Sorry, to Spadina. So I'm gonna head into the subway here and jump on to a Line 2 train. I want to thank everyone who tuned in. I want to thank everyone who sent support, our mods, Patreon supporters, channel members. If you want to support what I do, there's links to Patreon and YouTube channel membership down in the description. I've got an Instagram account at Johnny Strides. There's a super thanks button down below as well. I'll be probably premiering a video tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If not, that means I decided to go live tomorrow. And a Kibo. Interesting. Really sad story. But we're gonna head down Christie. Bourdain went there. He went somewhere in Kensington. You also went to Futini's on King West. But we're going to cross the street here. That way we'll be on the Witchwood Barn side. Card says, gone now. Gertesh asking, what's for dinner? I don't know. I might pick up some banh mi on the way home. I've been slacking off on my steps. How few steps have I taken today? We've walked all the way from Yonge and St. Clair to Christie, and I've only had 5,600 steps on today. I'm probably going to finish today with like 11 or 12. Not my best showing. Traffic calming zone. There's a little private community in there I've explored in the past. I did an e-scooter video through there. Greetings, Vasily in St. Thomas. It's much quieter walking down Christie. But we're about to walk by the old streetcar barns, which have been converted into live workspace studios for artists. And it's been turned into like a community center. There's volleyball courts, playgrounds, people who don't know how stop signs work. Share bikes. This is the Witchwood Barns Park. There's the Artscape Witchwood Barns. Casey says there's glass blowing in there. Yeah, they have a farmer's market here. I think all these streetcar operations were moved to the Hillcrest facility down near Davenport. Beach volleyball. An off-leash zone. Well, it looks like there's some construction going on. Stephanie says that's a car doing an Idaho stop. Yeah, except that maneuver makes no sense for vehicles. Yeah, Artscape has a number of properties all over the city. Oh, this vehicle has a Wyoming license plate. Christie's going to be mostly downhill, as the city tends to slope down towards the lake. It would be neat if there were a Toronto Maple Leafs game taking place at Christie Pitts tonight. I doubt it. That would be really cool to stumble upon. It's almost 7 p.m. It is 6:58 p.m. Eastern time, and you can see the well straight ahead. Oh, that's not the well. What am I talking about? We're too far west for that. There's some condos. Those ones are along the rail corridor, if I'm not mistaken, way off in the distance. Greg says I'm lucky they're playing at 7:30. At Christie Pitts. See if we can get a better vantage point walking down on this side. You got your passport in 2 weeks, but you applied for the fast renewal. I just did the old regular one. I think it was $160. You're walking through Hillcrest.
It's me. It's me. It's me.
Well, thanks for the info, Greg. I wonder if there's broadcast
It's me,
rights to a
it's me.
baseball game at a public park. And how is that female Japanese pitcher been doing?
It's me. For my
It's the highest
national
level of
nose,
baseball female has ever played at, which is super duper cool.
my
She did
blue
really
eyes
well in her
and
debut.
my white
the story around the
golden
baseball
hair,
field.
what is this? As a nature authentic British humor. What
What they really need to do is legalize Christie Pitts for alcohol consumption.
it's
That
me,
will
it's me.
volume of fans. Maybe they
It's
have.
me,
There's something else you can look up for me, Greg.
That's
Can you
so
drink
me.
at Christie Pitts? Legally, that is.
it's
Watch a baseball game. It would just about be the best entertainment you can get in. And we're at Davenport. There you can see just the top half of the CN Tower. And we've arrived at Davenport. This was an old passageway across the city back in the day. So this is a dirt and mud road. There is a toll keeper's booth over at Bathurst. Sounds cool. We're gonna get to check out what the scene is like for a game at Christie Pitts. My brother played in that league. That's the Inter-County League. He played for, I think they were the Stratford Hillers, and then he played for Hamilton. Fortunately, he didn't play for Toronto, even though he lived in Mississauga at the time. Greetings, whose job? Mike says Christie Pitts is one of the parks that the city allows alcohol consumption in. Awesome. Rod is down by the lake fishing. We're about to walk under the CP Rail Midtown line. Thanks to all 440 plus of you. Do remember to like, subscribe, hit the bell, etc. Your support goes a long way. I'll probably be live next on Friday or Saturday, but who knows, maybe tomorrow. My apartment's turned upside down, or it smells like toxic fumes because they're redoing my whole bathroom. I'll get out and bring the streaming gear with me. That water's kind of soapy. It smells, and it's got this white foam going on. You're allowed to consume alcohol until 10 p.m. What if the game goes like extra innings? Top 905 says great weather for a walk, indeed. City Seniors Living Center across the street. That's one of the ones run by the city. Richard, I don't know if you're allowed to. That's just limited to private areas. I've definitely seen people doing it. And I've seen cops not caring about it. Obviously, there's nothing stopping you from popping a few edibles. It's very different from smoking something, but... Transit buffs have said that Metrolink should run online for commuters on the CP rail line here. And you could have a stop right at Young and St. Clair, or Young and Davisville.
Має завжди відео меседж. Number one of this day. What is that? It was має завжди відео меседж. Number one of this day, Женя. What is Женя? The section of that, Женя. What is Женя? Section of that. Крупное положение. Крупное положение. On peoples from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Australia. Will take me of this prison in Canada, USA, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Australia. Help me please, Женя. to do immigration. Help me please, Jay,
we saw earlier.
to do my immigration.
And that used to be
For
an old
this
Starbucks on the
prison
corner. Look at the source
in
state.
USA, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, or
That
Germany.
is what's become of it.
Help me please, Jay, to do this.
Is now only in that Loblaws.
To take me of this prison in these countries, Canada, Alaska,
Fortunately,
Scotland, England,
this
USA,
glorious old building has an occupant and
United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany.
it's the old Merchants Bank
Help
of
me
Canada building.
please, Jay, to do my immigration, Jay, please. Help me. To give me please, Jay. Happy
It
life.
says Golden Horseshoe
Jay.
Barbecue, authentic Texas barbecue
And
more.
my
Come and
freedom, independence,
follow us on
and
Instagram to stay
education.
updated. Well,
Help
hopefully,
me please, Jay. To realize migration, Jay.
that breathes some new life
Of
into
this
that building.
prison in Canada, Alaska, USA, Scotland, England, United
Yeah, it was a
Kingdom,
Popeyes, I think,
Netherlands,
for a
France,
little bit.
Austria, or Germany.
But when I
With
lived
you,
in just south of
Jay.
here,
Help me please, Jay,
I
to
would go
do
to the
this.
Starbucks sometimes.
To take
This is
me
another
with you,
neighborhood I lived in,
Jay,
and another basement apartment I
of
had.
this prison.
You might remember
To
from
take
prior
me
streams, I
with
used to
you,
live in the St.
Jay,
Lawrence
please.
neighborhood.
And
I
not to
rented
have a
3
car,
bedroom house with a
Jay.
couple of friends I went to high
And
school with.
$1 million money. For realize my immigration,
We decided we all
migration.
wanted to be grown-ups and
Help
live on our
me
own.
please, Jay,
I moved here, but I knew I was going to
Help
move to
me
Korea anyway,
please,
so I was
Jay,
only
to
in
realize
this neighborhood
this.
for a short time, less than a year.
Help me please, Jay, please. And people from the America,
That was
Canada,
Dave that fixed my
Alaska,
bicycle, and I think that might have been Dave.
Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany. I want to live together with you, Jay,
There is or there
and
was
these people
like a digital
in
escape
America,
room in one of
Canada,
these buildings on
Alaska,
the left.
Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. I want to live together with you, Jay. Help me please,
This is
Jay,
Yarmouth Road on the right. The
and
street I
not
lived
to
on
have
was
a
Farmers.
car and my $1 million money. Help me please,
Hey,
Jay,
it's
to
the
do
old
this,
Spin
please,
Cycle
Jay.
Laundry.
Help me please,
That's really
Jay,
cool. There's a little cafe in there.
and to give me work and money and home
I have memories of
in Canada, Alaska,
lugging my laundry to that
Scotland,
place.
England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany, in a particular
And
credit
we're about to go by
and work
what's probably the best grocery
and
store in the
work
city, Fiesta Farms. It's
and my money
locally owned, family run.
of my work
It's been a staple of this neighborhood for a long
and my
time.
freedom, independence,
It's coming up just on the
and
right.
citizenship in Canada, Alaska,
Jesus Christ, there's some
Scotland,
really neat art
England,
in the alleys.
United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. Help me please, Jay, to take
Sadly,
me,
I'm getting here a
Jay,
little too
with you.
fast.
With this
The first
prison
pitch is at
of this
7:30.
countries, Canada, Alaska,
But we'll
America,
get to see the crowd settling in.
Scotland, England,
These
United
games used to
Kingdom,
be
Netherlands,
on
France,
public
Austria,
access
and
TV,
Germany.
Rogers Channel 10.
Help me please, Jay, to do this journey.
Simon, this is Christie Street. Christie Street's
Help
always
me
been kind of
please,
hit or
Jay,
miss.
to do this.
Unfortunately, there's been pretty high turnover in a lot of these storefronts, but
Come to me please, Jay.
there's a few places that
I
have hung
don't
around.
to have car. I don't to have a car, Jay, and my money millions.
not
if
to
you want,
help
I
the
believe in
giant.
Highland, just a few blocks south of here.
Help me please, giant,
You were on
to
Brewer Street.
release my immigration in America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, Kingdom, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. Help me please, giant. I not come to live in
The
prison
Center in full swing.
with Russian sucks and hairs and little sucks and hairs Russian rats.
I won't say their name, but there's a viewer who works at
Help
this
me
place.
please, Johnny.
That's a fantastic
I want to
grocery store.
speak only on the German and English languages.
Domesticated
And
Lord,
to
this is
study
a great
German
size,
and
only a
English
bunch of cards get big by
languages.
double balls. As someone who has
And
gained
to
many
listening
followers
is
with all
only
balls,
English
see
and
that.
German
Played a lot of
languages.
baseball growing up. It's always fun.
Sexual that
The
giant.
hazard,
Help me please, giant.
and that's the
To
logic that
do my
applies.
migration of this
There's no
prison, this
negligence on the
countries.
part of the baseball player.
Canada,
or the league or the
Alaska,
team.
Scotland, England, USA, United
See
Kingdom,
all you want, but
Netherlands,
your
France,
insurance company is
Austria,
gonna
and
say, pay up
Germany.
your deductible if you want that repaired.
And to work
You have
is
no
only
recourse.
with the white
Park
humans
next
and
or near a baseball field.
is only with white humans.
And this place has changed.
Help me please, giant. I want to live together with you, giant. I want to live together
Always
with you,
seems to be
giant.
something interesting late at night.
Those people
Location.
from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany.
Mike Fani, Luis.
And to search my work in these countries with only white humans.
Thank you, Mike, so much for confirming. Thank you for the $2.
Help me please, giant, to do this. Help me please, giant. I want to live together with
Someone
you.
else. Oh, that convenience store
Giant.
is gone on the
This
corner.
shit.
Back when we would come here to see my brother play,
And these people from
we would
this
park around the
country,
corner and
giant.
often go to that convenience store to pick
That's
stuff up.
Help me please, giant. I want come
that
to live
music
in
coming from?
prison with Russian sucks and hairs and little
Oh, I think
sucks
this
and
might be-
hairs Russia.
Some pre-game tunes, or maybe it's, hopefully it's just coming out of this pickup truck. That puts a damper on my live streaming plans. But this is the only free admittance stadium in the Inter-County League. I'm gonna have to mute the audio, but we'll head
Help
over
me
there.
please, giant, to do my migration of this prison, these countries. Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, USA, United
Game
Kingdom,
time, 7:30
Netherlands,
apparently.
France, Austria, and Germany.
There's
With
the
you,
broadcast booth.
giant. Help please, giant, to do this.
All right. I'm a fan of snow, but
I not
is it a new
come
passport
to
photo?
live
I had
in
to take one.
prison this.
What a scam that is. $20.
I not come to live
I don't
in
get-
prison
If you go in person, why don't they just do what the driver's license
with rats.
renewal centers do and just take your picture?
What? To what did
That way they know
a
it's you.
genocide for me?
Some random photo. I guess a lot of photography studios would be hurt financially from that. Well, that's sad to hear, Lisa. Yeah, streetcar tracks are no joke, especially if a car is following you
Разъезжай.
too closely. You might eat shit and it won't have time to
Тайками разъезжаем в лес.
break, unfortunately.
Она to have hard же. $1 million.
So this should be Christy coming up. We're going to make a left here.
Приезжаем
Waltzing our way
туда
down
лес.
towards Christie Station.
Продолжай. Закшел, заджай. Закшел.
Which means cannabis.
Убежаю в лес.
You got paint all over you?
Ricard, you got your passport in 2 weeks. Did you apply for a fast renewal or it just came fast?
I like snow human. I am not of Russian rats. Have Russian socks and Russian hairs.
Hey, Rocket Cycle is still there.
And the little socks and hairs. Russian rats.
My very first day back, I went and bought myself a bicycle. I went downtown to the Urbane Cyclist. I bought a single speed.
Help me, please, Jaya. Тут у меня immigration. Immigration, help me, please, Jaya.
And I started applying for
Тыками
jobs.
разъезжая.
As you know, I was unemployed.
And my father.
And second or third place I
To take
contacted
with you.
just called me back. They didn't even send an email. I was still at the Starbucks. They called me back and invited me in for an interview the next day.
To take with you me and my father.
Okay, I went in for that interview. They offered me the job.
He is white human too.
Over here. I didn't even know
Why?
stuff. I just
It's not of Russian rats.
but
Socks and hairs.
it was one of those things, the uncertainty, you know, if I turned down that
My
job,
father is not the real.
who knows, maybe it would be months
It's
before
to the white British human white. With blue eyes
it was
and
awesome at the same
golden hairs, Jay. Закшеля.
time. Now that Starbucks is Pico.
To save us, Johnny, please. To save us, Johnny, please.
Oh, that neighborhood
To
is
take us
Why
with
is
you,
that?
Johnny. Me and my father is not real with you to take. Of this prison in Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany.
They had phenomenal fried chicken and
To
hamburgers.
take us with you, Johnny,
The
please.
guy running it really knew his
Me
stuff.
and my is not the real father. To take us, Johnny, please, with you.
Jurassic Era.
To take us, Johnny,
I don't
please,
know if that's opened or not yet.
with you.
And a keyboard.
To take us, Johnny. Me and my father is not the real with you.
Sad story.
Of this prison, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany, please, Johnny. Help me, Johnny, please. People from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, Germany. Help Johnny, please. Save us, Johnny. And to take us, Johnny, with you. Me and is not the real father, Sergey. To take us with you, Johnny. Me, we want to live together with you, Johnny.
Walked all the way from Young
Big
St. Clair
shit.
to
We want to live together with you.
had 5,600
Me
steps
and
up
my
there.
father, Sergey. He's white,
Probably gonna finish today with
He's
like 11
white.
or 12.
human, British to Hawaii.
Not my best showing.
Закшеля.
Section Jane, section. Jane, section Z. To take Jane as please with you. Me and my is not the real father Sergey.
There's a little private community in there.
What is why human to Hawaii British nature. Authentic. Is not of Russian reds.
Sucks and little sucks and hairs. What was to did a genocide for us, for me, for my mother, for Sergei is not the real father, for mother of my mother and me,
We're about to walk by
the real authentic British
caravans, which have been
humans.
converted into live workspace studios for
Hope
artists.
please join
Into like a
to
community
take
center.
us join with you
There's volleyball
of
courts,
this prison, this country join.
playgrounds.
Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, or join, please join.
This is the Witchwood Barns Park.
Come to this journey, please. We not to have a car. We not to have a car. And $1 million to have got not is not. Help journey, please. To take us with you, journey.
Hardscape Witchwood Barns.
To take us with you. We want to live together with you, journey. Section. Section.
A farmer's market here.
It was my already video message number 1.
Facility. Down near Davenport.
It was my already video message number 1
Beach volleyball.
of this day. Look at that joy. And people from the America, Canada, Alaska, Scotland, England, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Austria, and Germany.
Stephanie says
Look
that's a
to
car
this
street.
joy.
Stop. Yeah, except
Look to this joy.
no sense for it.
The section that joy. Section. Section joy. Look to this.
Artscape
Section.
has a number of properties all over the city. Oh, this vehicle has a Wyoming license plate.